Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. First and foremost, it's any times that you see on the charts here or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. This is not for financial or trade advice. It is my virtual trading journal. I capture it starts every morning trading day at 8 o'clock. With the exception of non-farm payroll days once a month. But anyway, every day at 8 o'clock essentially. And it runs until 1500 that same day for the complete cash market till the cash close. The idea is for complete transparency and accountability. I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. So, that's the only way I can ensure that. I'm not monetized in any way, so with the stream, so smack the thumbs up and subscribe would be great. It's a big help, and by all means, put something in the comments or drop something in the chat. That's really, trading's a lonely business, so it's nice to have some feedback. Let's see now. This is Wednesday, the 8th of October, 2025. The reason I do this stream and stream to YouTube is I believe journaling is important, and I'm not good at multitasking, or I find it dilutes my focus and concentration on trading if I'm doing screen snaps and typing in a journal and all that kind of thing. So this is a perfect example. It was suggested actually by Tom, I think. But I capture everything that I'm watching on my video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I have nothing, I can focus on the market all of the time and have the journal at the same time. And like yesterday, for example, when I missed that perfect setup trade on the IB continuation short at about 946, I was able to go back to the stream and review it and see that my old eyes just missed the target. The target B, the second rule B had fired, and it was unfortunately on the low balance line on the IRT, and I missed it. So really disappointing. I've obviously increased the size of those rule signal markers, so that doesn't happen again. But yeah, there you go. That's the beauty of the stream. And obviously, when I stream to YouTube, it's handy because I can review it on any device rather than standing here at the screens. I'm here from 6 o'clock in the morning till around 2200 in the evening, and these are stand-up desks. I don't sit down all day. I don't have a chair in the room, actually. Well, I do have a broken kitchen chair that I've mended against the wall that I use for something else. Anyway, so there we go. And the next order of business here are reports. And because of the government shutdown, we're not doing the reports very much at this point. There's nothing to report, excuse me. Boy, my wife's coffee knocks me loose. There's no government reporting yet, so we have limited private data and a lot of talking feds. This is the investing.com, which is free. I prefer this as a report overview because it's easy to screen snap, clear, concise. You can filter it for anything you want. I also use Financial Juice, which has a similar calendar here, but I don't like it as well to capture and snap into Discords or wherever. And it does have the function of like a Squawk Box functionality here on the right, so that's kind of handy. Basically, we have no reports coming out. It's coincidentally interestingly, they've rescheduled on financial investing.com. They've rescheduled the non-farm payroll for this Friday. Whether that's in fact going to happen or not, I'm not sure yet. And I don't think anybody else is. I think they're just anticipating that they get this kerfuffle with the government figured out. It's a pee and match, it looks to me like. Anyway, let's move on to the pre-market, which is pretty darn important here. I think we'll all agree about that. So pre-market, what have we got going on now? This is IRT, it's my charting package, my basic charting package, and it drives a lot of things that are visible on a book map. Essentially, we have a we have the RTH session. This is the full session plotting now. So this is yesterday's RTH, and here is the current overnight, which you can see we are within range and absolutely balanced. It would be pretty tough to get out of range, as you see here, because we had a big B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation, and in fact, a string of singles across here, which is kind of interesting. So we have basically a balanced inventory. Here's our open. Down, up, now a little bit skewed to the upside. So we're slightly positive inventory on the night so far, on the overnight so far, with London kicking in as usual and then making a big scene. Europe. I don't think, I'm not expecting a real responsive move at the open, because typically that's, in my opinion, this is all my opinion. Remember, I'm talking to myself here, because we are generally correcting inventory. Think about it. If you were, let's look at, come on now. Let's look at the day before yesterday. Well, yesterday, this is the night, this is the overnight. This is yesterday's RTH. This is yesterday's ETH session, the night, and then in the morning, London coming in. Now, look at this. Here's where we open. Sold off a bit, and then all of a sudden we had this going into the open of the RTH yesterday morning. What would that strike you as? And what I said in the stream here at this same report, pre-market period yesterday, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. And that's because this overnight inventory up here looks to me like if you were taking this trade and you were long in profit up to here, what would you do? You'd take some profit, right? And that's exactly what they did. Now, other factors kicked in and they sold off pretty hard. But that's... it's real elemental how I think about this. It's not some in-depth secret stuff. I don't think there's going to be any particular profit taking this morning. If I had to guess, I would say there's going to be a little responsive selling to adjust inventory, even though we're right down here right now. And then it'll probably be more of a balanced market after the sell-off yesterday. That's just my thinking there. So this is the ES, this is the NQ. These are both minis. This is the micro composite chart, which is my higher time frame. It's a daily session only, RTH session. These are daily candlesticks. Whatever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, and that generates high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. Here you see the low and the high volume node of the micro composite volume profile. And then we get a volume, micro composite POC, and of course we're at all-time highs, and they keep doing that. So those are the things. Now these red and green areas here, these high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. And this is the market profile chart, full session, which I'll change these to day session once we open. We are a bit light in inventory, I think. Let's check so far, or volume, I mean. Oh, no. There I go. We're 116% volume against average for this time of day. Our ATR, which is average 2 range, is down at 2 ticks. I'm sorry, 2 points on a 5 minutes. We have a, so that is that. And now, let's get over to Bookmap. First, on Bookmap, you see this magical blue line, which is, you know, an extremely valuable top secret indicator. You know, did I sound like an internet guy there for a second? This is a vertical line, and I put it on this at the start of each session, and it is nothing more than a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I don't see this blue line, I know that I do not have the entire session in view. And that's it. I am real focused on wanting to have a firm understanding about the context of the session. And so if I want the entire session in view at all times. When I am anticipating interacting with the market, putting on a trade, then I can zoom into the price action I want. But I want to know what the session is. That's much more important to me. I also try to keep the price ladder here at 1 point. All right. This is the dome. Obviously, full session. I mean, full level 2. You can see that we've got 212 contracts resting liquidity up here at the 85 handle. You know, these gradations or highlights on the heat map reflect resting liquidity. That's all they are, is a graphic representation of the resting liquidity in the dome or the book. This is the high time frame column, or the MC, the micro composite column. And you can see the high and low volume nodes here, which are also pushed from IRT to Bookmap. I enter these values manually. There's the micro composite VPOC. Here's yesterday's. This is the POC at close yesterday in the RTH. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. The RTH session, which will reset at 8:30. And this doesn't correctly represent yesterday's RTH only. I having problems with Bookmap in that regard. But it's important to me in the RTH session that it resets correctly, and that's what it's doing now. And then it is correct in its plotting and recording the volume through the RTH session, but it's not perfect at this point. And I don't know why. It's got to do with the last update. This is my notes column, which is very important to me. The first thing I do here is I notice the column title, and I change that to the open type for this upcoming RTH session. And how do I determine what that open type is? Well, it's real easy. There's only 2 parameters. You look, if we were to open right here, right now, we're in the 72 handle. How does that compare to the previous RTH close, which is right here? It's higher than the close, right? And how does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the RTH low is down here and the high is way above us. So it is higher in range, the same as it was yesterday, conveniently. Now, what I will do is, the way I change that is right here. And the reason I do that and change the title is that so when I look at a snap or the stream, I can notice that title and it gives me all the information about the open type. You know, where was price in relationship to yesterday's RTH session when we opened it today? Hope that's clear. The open type also dictates then which of the statistics columns I use to enter these statistics with their associated price levels. And then these are the migrating VPOC flags, which I throw in there also. So the next thing I do then today is clear the notes column. Okay. We'll enter the statistics here in a minute. This is the session price that's pushed from IRT. And there is no magic or mysterious secrets to do with what I do, plot, how I approach the market. The levels are all extremely straightforward, and they are driven by data, probabilities, and in this case, volume. There is, and there are no indicators on my book map or my IRT. There is a mid price for the RTH session. There is a POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow. There is a POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. There is a Globex VWAP. I guess you could call that an indicator because it's calculated, all right? So call me a liar. Globex VWAP and a full session or RTH session VWAP. That's it. The rest of the levels are just as they are titled. There's yesterday's close, RTH close. There's the developing value area low right now in this auction. Another levels or some levels that do often provide confusion are the IB low and high. And because of the naming, IB stands for initial balance, and that's an old acronym from the market profile world. What these two lines represent, the low and the high, which is up above us somewhere, well, it's hiding underneath of the previous RTH high because we put in this high yesterday and never came back. And we did it within the first 1 hour. Anyway, back to the IB high and low. These two levels represent nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's it. Not mystical, magical. You do need to wear a real tall hat and long robe and have a magic wand, but other than that. And what was real interesting to me yesterday is we put in a new all-time high in the ETH yesterday morning, and we came up within a couple of points of it yesterday in the RTH session in the open, and we can tell that this happened within the first 1 hour because it's at the same level as the IB high, and never came back. They didn't they didn't reclaim the title of the all-time high, which is something that irritates the hell out of the RTH people, that's for sure. All right, now let's move on to I think that covers all of that. Let's move on to the statistics. They come from this study. Now, conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type, and also convenient, we opened higher in range yesterday, so this is still highlighted. The studies are real simple, as everything in trading. Basically, doesn't mean trading's easy, but if you approach it logically, methodically, and from a probability point of view, it is easy. It's simple, but it's not easy to do. It requires discipline, etc. So the study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range 606 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited in this upcoming RTH session, the overnight volume point of control 505 times, or 83.3%. Overnight volume point of control. That, boys and girls, is how difficult it is. Now you know. And then I will simply go down the list, and the next one, order of business, is the overnight mid, and that's 76.7. Overnight mid is probably right there. Yep. 76.7. Now you'll notice that I have the cloud notes and their titles, and I also have these lines at price which reflect the title, and they will report two titles at the same time where the cloud notes will not, and they are both driven by the exact same data. Ah, damn it. They're both driven by the exact same data pushed by IRT. What am I doing? Jesus Christ. I'm losing control here, boys and girls. 76.7. I'm still pissed about yesterday. Now, all right. The 76 handle, why isn't that working? Well, we're at the right price. I'll adjust this up. For some reason, it's not wanting to do what I want it to do. It irritates me when things aren't lined up perfect. There, it's still a little off. All right, let's move on. God, sorry about that. The next is the overnight high, which is 75.4. And that's the ETH high. And that's 75.4. And I'm going somewhere with this, so stand by. The previous value area high is 71.3, which there we go. Now, the difference between value area high and developing value area high is as follows. The developing is for the current auctioning session, and the value area high or low is for the previous auctioned session. And I'll explain a little wrinkle about that after we open, but it's nothing to worry about now. At this moment, this reflects the value area high from yesterday's RTH session. And this reflects the developing value area high for this session. The previous close is 70.3. Excuse me. And where in the hell? Okay, here we go. And I don't want the IB high because it's way off our chart. Let's look for the IB low. Where did that go? Okay, 61.7. So the IB low is 61.7. And we type in IB low. And why? Because the moment we open, this line is going to jump to the low of the current auction. And I'm assuming that'll be down here because there's price, right? So I'm going to be, in an hour from now, I'm going to be going, what the hell happened at 61.7? Now I'll know. Same way with the IB high. But that's easy because that's at the previous high. So, and the previous high, incidentally, is 56.8. And we know that we've got 56.8 up here. Ooh, and we also know that that's going to be revisited before too long because we've got this all-time high right up here above, and that won't last very long, I don't think. And it's just a personality problem with the RTH traders, kind of. So, yeah, anyway. All right, what else we got? Overnight low is 50.0. Overnight low, where did that go? There we are. Now, I want to be sure and point out something here. Oh, that I'm way behind schedule. Ooh. This is the, I'm behind schedule here. I don't know why. This is the TLab snap that I have to put in here, which I do every morning at this time, at about 8:20, and I'm late. So there you go. What is the TLab and what the hell am I talking about? Well, TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it's started by a guy named Tom B. And he is the real deal, I believe. And it's completely free. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. But there's a good crew of people in there. And there's a lot of good info or thoughts. I'm not nearly as active. Well, I'm not as active in there at all as I used to be, because there's a whole, you know how chat rooms are. There's waves of new brooms, right? New experts that come through and have a lot to say. And so why clutter up the thing? I think it's important now that we get to something else that's more important, which is being able to trade with Bookmap. The way you do that is you click this trade control panel. And then you select a method which you will trade with your mouse in Bookmap. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with a mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the DOM columns. And both is, you guessed it. Now, the first thing I do is select the multi-brackets. That's how I trade, and that imposes the risk-neutral methodology in my trading here. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can have, which is a 2-lot, because we need to have a even number of contracts. Then you select your stop loss for the entire package. And you do that first and foremost by analyzing your account risk parameters first. And then market volatility, etc. Once this first setup is correctly established, your first take profit target is automatic, because it is for the same amount of stops as the stop loss is negative, same amount of ticks as the stop loss is negative, but in the positive, and for half of the package. The minute you attain the T1, you are risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. Then you have a runner. I also do the multi-account trading thingy, and I'll tell you about that in a second, but for some reason I'm, what's going on here? Something's wrong. Something is wrong. This should be selected down here. Shit. Something's wrong with the account again now. God damn, I'm sick of this. Really. That sucks. God, I'm tired of that. Dealing with this with TopStep is really terrible. All right, we're going to open here in 2 minutes. I'm not going to do any trading because that's not first and foremost. The first trade that I'll be looking for are the IB trades, which, of course, by definition, won't occur until the IB sets, which is the first 1 hour. Now I'll have to go back and try to sort out what the hell has gone wrong with this multi-account thing. Boy, that's irritating as shit. Man, I'm tired of that. So anyway, we're going to open in a minute here. We'll stand by for the open. Damn. I got to make a different plan here of some sort. Wait a minute here. What's going on? Everything seems to be a little bit goofy here. I'm not sure if everything's working or not. Now I see a kind of a funny stream count going on here. Good morning. So if you're welcome to the stream, it's my virtual trading journal. Slap something, slap a thumbs up, and drop something in the chat. I want to see if everything's working right here. I'm going to test the chat from my side first. Yeah, that's okay, and a pretty quick delay time too. We're going to open it. We're going to open right now, actually. There we go. So let's reset pretty much okay. God, that's been driving me crazy, which is a short trip, as you might have figured out. Boy, that multi-account thing is really irritating. Damn. I'll explain all of that in a minute. Now what I'm going to do is that we've opened, I'll start tracking. This is a holdover from previous workflow I had. Before I started plotting the opening of each session with Blue Boy, my assistant here, that guy, top secret, very valuable. Don't steal my secrets. Before I started keeping the entire session in view, I would keep about a 5-minute spread as we have down here now. Well, obviously, you know, after the first 1 hour, if you're only looking at 5-minute timeline, the POC and everything else is scrolled off the left of the screen. So I would track or plot the migrating volume points of control here so that I could see exactly, without scrolling in and out and back and forth, I could see where the POC had traveled through the course of the trading day. Now that I keep the entire session in view, I don't need to do that. But this is, you know, old habits die hard, or old dogs, new tricks, or whatever that other thing is, however that goes. So there you have it. And that's the, you know, that's the Blue Boy over here. And it's, again, if you missed it in the pre-market, this is just a visual cue for me. As the day progresses, when I glance left or out of my peripheral vision over here, if I don't see the blue line over here, I know that I don't have the entire session in view, which is important for me for context. And here we are. Remember that the POCs are nothing mysterious or magical. They simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. And that's why at the beginning of the session, they jump around a lot, because we're only talking a small number of contracts over here. It doesn't take much to change. It only takes one contract to change at any point in the day. But with the range so small and with the, you know, high volume on the open, they change pretty quick. Now, something that I didn't finish because I got swept away with why the hell that isn't working. After you've established your your risk neutral package and whatever else you're going to turn on over there, you notice that I have all these parameters here, and I have the same here. I don't need the rest of the functionality of the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. So for me, I confirm the package size is correct, and then I'm able to click the button again. Stays green, padlock stays open, means I can trade, but I have my screen real estate back, and I can see all the parameters. I have cancel and close. Boop, that's all I need. And now I'm going to be now I'm going to be thoroughly pissed about that other thing. Jesus. Well, are we getting some of that responsive selling? Maybe. Now what we're going to do here, what I need to do now is change the charting to RTH session rather than full session. And you do that in IRT like that. Now, this is the previous RTH session, and here is our open, and here we are in this current RTH session. And I do this for a reason, to do with the levels, the price levels, which are pushed out. And I'll explain why in a minute, as soon as I'm done. Remember, I'm not Mr. Multitask anymore. Come on. I also plot the same configuration for the micros of only the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay. And save. Now, the reason I do all this, folder all here in the mornings after the open, is as follows. Oops. Is as follows. I push these price levels and make them available freely, free to anybody that would like them, that could use them. You can use them in the Cloud Notes column. You can use them in this indicator. You can use them on whatever other project or, charting package you might have. It's pushed in the form of a CSV file. It's not what I use internally here, but it's the same data is pushed out to Google, and then you get a link to the CSV, and it's updated live real time from Sunday night at 1700 through 1600 on Friday of each trading week. So if those would be helpful to you, the session prices, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I can hook you up. No problem. It's free. I share them I've done them for years now, and pushed them on a whole lot of people in TLab and wherever else use them, or did, I guess. I don't ever check. I just, if somebody asks for them or they pass the link around, it's fine with me. As I said, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to lend a little support to Tom. And I want to say one thing about the TLab. I was hurried here and didn't finish that whole story, but I don't recommend any other site besides that one, especially in the Bookmap Discord sites or chat rooms, because I certainly haven't listened to all of them. So how could I recommend them? Or participated. And the only other two that I did drop into for a little bit were typical third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something, which is irritating to me and not helpful. So I don't recommend those. The TLab by Tom B. One thing that I will say so far, knock wood, you will never be solicited for anything, just like here. Of course, I would prefer you to hang around here and then interact a little bit. That'd be great. I think you might get more out of it. But who knows? This is a focus. This is my journal focused on real trading. Trading as a business, not a video game. And it's not a Discord. I do have a Discord for our real, risk neutral trading, but the stream here takes up all of my focus pretty much through the day. And it is trading as a business isn't an adrenaline-packed, fun-filled, horns going off, flashing lights kind of a thing. So there you go. And now I'm going to try to sort out this frickin' multi-account thing. God, that's frustrating. Let's have a look over here. We got no news coming out imminently, so okay. Man, this is really frustrating. What the hell is going on here? Somehow, oh shit. How the hell did that happen? I don't know. Huh. Well, okay, we'll see what happens. Now, the reason I was all butthurt here, this account, these 5 accounts are TopStep evaluation accounts. My thinking for this stream was, and still is, a complete, and I mean complete, fully transparent, fully accountable record from 0 to hero. I don't reset. I don't change account numbers. I don't, blow up accounts, any of that crap. So that's not a problem for me. The idea here was to be able to have a record to leave behind for anybody that might help of a fully transparent and accountable 0 to hero with that within a prop evaluation. And I think TopStep has been, Jesus, I first started messing with TopStep in 2014, Anyway, so 11 years, I guess. And the point is, and only recently has this trade copier thing been a thing, And the way it works is any trade that I do here on this visual account right here is automatically and immediately executed at the same time, whether it's moving a target or moving a stop or whatever, it's automatically executed at the same time in the other 4. The theory is that you can get through the evaluation and then in the XFA account or where you don't pay anymore for the combines or whatever they call them now. If you don't pay anymore, and you can withdraw payouts. Well, why wouldn't you want to have the ability to withdraw 5 payouts, instead of 1? At first I thought that was a chicken shit deal, and why would anybody do that? And then the more I thought about it, I thought, well, who's being stupid here, me or them? And it was pretty obvious it was me. So that's why I'm doing that. And it's been a little bit of a kerfuffle here with it when TopStep changed. The reason I'm able to do this now with rhythmic data, trading with Bookmap, and I know people may or may not be listening here that are saying, but you can't do that because TopStep only supports TopStep X. That's correct. However, I have been doing this since before they switched to TopStep X only, and I don't blow up. I don't break rules. I don't need to reset. I have done nothing wrong, and they can't move the goalpost during the game. And I've gone, there's been a couple of times that this has become an issue when my accounts will reset or close or whatever else, and I email them, and it finally gets elevated up to the top whoever, and they say, oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. And they reset everything, and here I go. And I have written confirmation from them that once I get to the XFA, withdraw payouts, and go to the live account, I will be able to trade just like I am here. I don't have to use TopStep X or any of that. Any of that. So I hope that's clear. I'm going to try to put a little something or another in there about that. When is that? That's 45. let's put something in here about that. I guess you probably heard that go over. It sounded like a Huey. I'm not doing anything very good here. Here's a fun fact for you. The reason Hueys had that classic whoop, 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 whoop sound was because they only had 2 rotor blades. And that's the reason. The ascending rotor blade is slowing down and the descending is speeding up. In case you care. All right, where the hell am I now? Well, welcome to the stream. Throw a thumbs up, subscribe, send money. You know, you can forget the first 2 if you want to do the third one first. That's okay. Just to reconfirm here, the purpose of the stream is my virtual trading journal. So there we are. And what are we doing now? We did have a little responsive selling, not a hell of a lot. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Oh, it didn't change. Why didn't that happen? This is supposed to be changed to here, and that didn't work. Why not? Huh. Okay, save. Why not savey? Didn't save. So maybe I'm not having a lot of luck this morning here. I track the minis as well as the micros. These are the micros, and these are the minis. Let's see if the minis stuck properly. Yes, they did. Okay. So here's yesterday's RTH, and here we are today. Got right up to that string of singles, and we're kind of repairing that a little bit, which is something that they always talk about in market profile terms, is we always come back and repair a damaged profile from the past. Here's a string of singles from yesterday, and we're trading back over the top of that. Whether any of that makes sense or not, it kind of does on a logical basis at some point, but yeah, and I don't know. Okay, let's see about where we might be here with the stream and the time thing and the thing and the thing and the thing, okay? Why are we doing this? Well, we're going to come up here and take this all-time high, or this ETH high out, which is a high statistic or high probability. Typically, the first, in every open type, it goes the overnight volume point of control, and then typically the mid, the overnight high, the overnight low, and then the previous high, previous low, and the rest of them follow suit, kind of, usually. And remember that these are just probabilities of the number of times that this level was revisited by price in this this current RTH session, looking back at a 2,000 trading day data set and a subset where we opened higher in range. It's just math and probabilities. That's it, in my opinion. Remember, this is my stream, so this is my opinion. And let's take a look at what might happen to us here news-wise. Well, we don't have anything on the horizon particularly. No, that's the wrong. Let's look at today only here. We got crude inventories out as usual on a Wednesday. And that's about it. This is Financial Juice. It's also free, and they'll remind you about why you should pay for it over here about every time you turn around. So that's annoying, but I don't have any problem with it. I don't care. Doesn't bother me a bit. This is the similar calendars on investing.com, and then there's more of a squawk box feel going on over here. Wow. Boy, the air quality sucks around here lately. I get to sneezing. There's nothing I can do about it. So you see that we have no real reports or any kind of federal numbers because of this, shutdown. Now, that brings up the unrecognized critical risk potential that we have at all times now, lately, with this, for the last few months anyway. And that is the best way to look at it, and this is not political in any way. What this is a statement of fact, and from a point of view of project management, assuming that this is your trading business and you're managing that project. Any project manager, after they establish a project and put the resources, assign the resources, all that, the next step is to do a risk assessment and a risk mitigation plan. You want to recognize and identify any risk to your project and come up with a mitigation plan, whatever that might be. Now, in trading, we use our calendars, right? We plan. We look for. We know that non-farm payroll is the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. That's the biggest scheduled risk usually, and we're ready for that. We want to be sure we're flat. We want to be sure we have whatever you're going to do, your trade plan, whatever it is. You want to be sure that you are prepared to protect your account from that risk, because our job as a trader is to protect your account and to grow it, compound it by the law of large numbers, by the percentage of your expectancy. And the last thing you want to do is have, or the most dangerous thing you can have, is an unidentified, potentially critical risk to your account, well, to the market and to the auction, which by extension goes to your account. That's why now the current administration particularly, you don't know when, you don't know when Trump's going to tweet something or when somebody's going to say something if it's not scheduled. Here's a scheduled one, perfectly great. Trump's going to have a roundtable on Antifa. Super. I don't know what Antifa is exactly, or it's a big focus now, I guess. But whatever it is, it's scheduled. We know that 1400. What is the critical, in my opinion, critical to our trading success, and why I now am very, very cautious about putting risk on in the market. And I want to make sure it's an A+ trade setup only, because of the unidentified risk. You know, somebody can say something, and I mean, go back and look at the, you know, world famous Rose Garden story in April and ask yourself what happened to the market. And that's what I'm talking about. Having nothing to do with any political statement. It is a statement of fact. We want to be extremely careful that we always have control over our risk. And by our risk, I mean potential risk to our account. Obviously, you know, riding a unicycle down the freeway is a risk, but it's got nothing to do with trading. So here we go. Now, where am I? I'm getting all discombobulated with the with pretty much everything here. Because this chapter marker tool in our plugin for OBS is still not operational, I'm trying to follow a sort of a script so that I can then at the end of the day make sure that the timestamps are correct and the chapters are all relatively accurate time-wise. Because I'm, you know, remember, this stream goes from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 each day. Well, I'm not going to stand here. I stand here all day anyhow, but I'm not going to review the stream and listen to 7 hours, okay, to get to what I want to know. Nor do I expect anybody else will. The reason it is so long is to ensure transparency and accountability. But I need to have those chapter markers. Just yesterday was perfect. I wanted to see how the hell I missed that trade yesterday, and had my signal not fired properly. Was it, you know, as I expected, an error on this side of the monitors, you know, on my side of the keyboard? And it was. But I was able to just go to that chapter and boom, there, and listen to my commentary, watch the monitor, watch the stream, and listen to my commentary or my voiceover. And it was clear as the nose on my face. My old eyes missed the damn signal. I thought it was an arrow down, and it was in fact the B signal. And then it followed by the trigger, which I didn't take, and I missed that entire IB continuation south, and that is one of the two trades that I'm betting now, and what I had been anticipating. And if you go back to yesterday's stream from about 9 o'clock, you can review it in detail. So there you go. That's why the timeline and thing is so important, and why I'm a little bit rigid about the time frame now. Hope that kid gets the or that fella gets the thing fixed. They updated OBS to 32.0.1, and when they did that last weekend before last, it broke everything. I broke a lot of plugins, including the one I relied on pretty heavily, which is the chapter marker deal, which put in chapter markers by hotkeys, predefined, pre-titled chapter markers by hotkeys, or I could also, you know, extemporaneously just type one in on the fly. Real handy tool, or plug-in, I guess you call them. So now where are we? Well, we're almost at the top of the hour. And what the hell does that mean? Well, so what did we do? A little responsive selling, not much, and we're balanced. Who was that masked man? Remember that there is nothing, there's no, I suppose, greater danger than thinking you can predict where the market's going, because it's a random environment. So here we are at the top of the first 30 minutes. In other words, the A bracket is in our, if you're a market profiler. And if not, okie dokie. Interestingly, the NQ didn't have much pullback or sell-off. They just took it up. We had a little bit of our profit-taking, responsive selling, and then now we're going up with we're going up here with the ES also. I'm assuming somebody has realized that they've got an all-time high above them that has to be revisited, but that's a ways away now. Also, and they're likely correcting this string of singles over here. See how they're filling in that gap? It is kind of funny how the old market profile isms come to pass. This right here is some, excuse me, something to do with news. Somebody said something. Excuse me, excuse me. Somebody said something right there. I'll bet on it. All right, so looking at my efforts now, I am vetting the IB trades, of which there are two. Let's circle back to the definition of the initial balance. I hope you remember what that is. The high and low of the first 1 hour. Now, pretty quick, they're going to be up here because here we go up like a scalded dog heading for the top, right? Heading up. So these levels will have to push. You see how the flags jump. Now, this is not an error, the difference here between these two. It is subject to a bookmap characteristic where I can only set the refresh rate for the cloud note column at 1 minute, and whichever group coded this indicator have it refresh at a different rate. And then depending on where those rates have hit, where that rate clock stops or starts, IRT pushes both the data for both of those simultaneously every 30 seconds from here. So now you know. Okay, so the IB high is the high of the first 1 hour, and the low, IB low, is the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, and that's all there is to it. And here we are approaching the low, the IB low from yesterday. Isn't that cute? Now, what does that mean? That means that I am now working on the vetted trades that I'm trading of the IB around the initial balance statistic. So I have nothing to do except watch the market, narrate, stay in tune with it, stay aligned with it for the first 1 hour, trade-wise. Because that is what I'm doing now in my trade plan. And I don't have a problem with discipline, over trading, any of that. So that's, good for me. Now, in case you're not aware of what I'm talking about to do with the IB statistic, there is a greater than 97.9. Yep. There is a greater than 97.9% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price after that statistic has been set. In other words, after 9:30, the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the trading session from 930 and 1 millisecond until 1600, there's a 97.99% probability, and that's right here. The IB high or low, 97.9. Here's our open higher range. This is our open type, 97.9% probability, 98.3, 97.9. Looking back at a data set of 2,000 days and a subset of 600 days where we opened higher in range, but in this case, it's the same for all 4 open types. Okay, great. Huh? Isn't that exciting? That should be a slam dunk. Well, guess what? It's not, and I'll tell you why. You have no idea whether it will be the first millisecond after 930 or the last millisecond before 1600, nor do you know whether it will be the IB high or the IB low. So, take off your fortune telling hat and trade what you see. That's the key. Now, carrying on from that, there are 2 trades associated with the initial balance statistic. One is the IB continuation trade, which is pretty obvious. Takes out the IB and continues on, vice versa, upper or, higher or lower. And the other is that IB failure, which means it takes out the statistic, which it has to exceed the IB high or low to record or to achieve the statistic. And by the way, remember this. There's an 97.3% probability that all 4 that both one or the other will be taken out. That means that there is a 92.3% probability. I'm sorry, a 2.3% probability that neither will be taken out. It's not 100%. Huh? So remember that. Anyway, so you don't know which it will be, and you don't know when. At the point that it does happen, then you have 2 opportunities. You have an IB continuation or an IB failure, which is a fancy word, based on the initial balance statistic for a mean reversion trade, which is outside in. Usually, a little key is that the type of the direction or which one of those 2 trades might be applicable are based on the context, the context word again, of the day so far. Now, the IB continuation is usually suggested when we have a directional day. The IB failure is usually suggested when we have a balanced rotational day. What are we doing now? Well, we traded down, we took a little profit, and now it looks like context is pretty much higher highs and higher lows. And we got this up here, like I said. So those are the IB trades. Now, what I am doing also on the backside of this life is my backtesting and my signals of these 2 trades. And remember, we have 20 minutes basically before the IB sets. So this is just, you can just relax, put your feet up, stay in tune with the market. Think about what's going to happen. Keep the context in view. But let's get over here now and let's look at the backtesting tab. This is my backtesting system for the IB trades. It backtests there's only 4 trades that happen with the initial balance. And there's an IB continuation trade from the, let me just point out that this chart is, this chart has custom indicators, which I've done for the levels or the pullback ranges for the trigger range for both the IB high and the IB low. and and they have nothing to do with the trading signal or trading system itself, except for the fact that they absolutely reflect accurately the zone, the continuation zone, the triggers, the pullback zone, and down here you see a representation of the signals. Now this is the signal right here that I missed yesterday, and the way the signals work is this would be the IB continuation lower or short. There's the first signal A. The IB statistic has been taken. Here's the B, the second rule, where we continue to the continuation zone, and the trigger is we pull back to the trigger area. At that point right there, I was standing here talking about it and said, well, we don't have a trigger yet because this B was too small. And I misread it as a target, as an arrow. Stupid, because that was my short, and look at what happened. Anyway, so what I do here in the day now is, and we're going to get up here and take that high, sure as the damn world. We're going to get a new all-time high for whatever reason. Somebody's saying something. Anyhow, let us now you understand exactly where these lines are and the signals, and we're going to get over here to the current session, and that's right there. Now, what happened to everything? Well, something goofy here. There we go. I was going to say something's wrong. Okay, I got it. Here's today. We don't have our pullback zones or our triggers. What happened? What happened? That's because we don't have an initial balance yet. It's not 9:30. Okay, but I've got those signals. If I have to, I'll make them as 16. I'm so pissed about yesterday. I'm still mad about it. I couldn't sleep because the signal's working perfectly. And when I backtest, of course, it recognizes absolutely that that's going to happen, that happened. And I missed the trade like a doofus, man. Now I'm mad again. I got to walk around. I'm not mad. What I am is frustrated. I have, I spend a lot of time because I'm disciplined and I only take the trades that I have vetted and that I'm working on. So I spend a lot of time standing here, as you will discover you will too if you approach trading this way as a business, not as a video game or, an adrenaline rush. So to have a perfectly classical setup and trigger system like that I have built and worked perfectly, but I missed it because of my side of the monitor being off. Terrible, frustrating. So where are we going now, huh? Well, we're not going to have any signals up here, any zones or signals until 9:30, and we've got a few minutes here, so let's mosey on. Here we are. Well, looks like that. Looks like they're pretty excited about getting up here and taking those new all-time highs, probably, huh? Right there. This expected move, if you happen to see this on my charts, that's just, I'm playing with that. It's something I'm just looking at to see if it's got any value or not, or I can figure it out. It's based on the options expected move system, which is, or, thinking, which has to do with implied volatility and the expected move on the underlying at the money strike out a day or out 5 days. I don't know whether it matters or not. The idea of it, as I understand it, is it's essentially it's supposed to be one standard, basically one standard deviation away from on either side of the how I set these is based on the open price of the ETH. Whether that's valid or not, I don't know. Got to figure it out. But it's basically supposed to be one standard deviation either way, and that is expected to contain price because it's within one standard deviation. It's just the old, probabilities, the bell curve, right? What's that bell curve? Well, one standard deviation, 68.8 or whatever it is percent of the volume either way. It's the same concept as the value area. The value area, if you just laid this on its side, the value area is essentially the one standard deviation either side of the mean. Same thing. But so if you see these lines, don't think it's some mystical, magical deal and whatever. It's just something I'm looking at. I have no idea if that has any value or not, to be honest with you. Okay, and back over here we go. Now we are 10 minutes to the IB statistic. And you have to be careful that you don't let yourself become, it's the right word, prejudiced towards a particular thinking, right? You want to be open-minded and just trade what you see. In other words, I don't want to have a prejudiced or a preconceived idea that, whoa, it looks to me like the IB, continuation. I missed that yesterday, and boy, am I mad, or boy, am I upset about that. You know what I mean? That's a real quick way to lose a lot of money. So welcome to the stream. Throw something in the chat. That'd be great. It's lonesome over here. Trading's a lonely business, eh? Spend hours. I'm here from around 6 in the morning till usually around 2200 at night. Granted, I go and come to have lunch or whatever, do whatever, take our daughter to school, something like that. Primarily, I'm standing here at these two stand-up desks looking at these monitors. That must be an advantage, I guess, to trading on a real prop firm like S&B Capital or something, where you're on a desk with a crowd of like-minded traders. That must be a good environment. It's like playing on a team, right? If you've ever done that. Let's see what sort of music I can stir up here today. I forgot about that yesterday for quite a while. Seems like we're not having any issues with these guys of late. I use Epidemic Sound because it is the only thing I could find, and you have to pay for it, again, like everything I do here. YouTube is real particular about, and rightfully so, copyrights and royalty-free and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they got, more lawyers than Carter's got pills over there. But, there's a whole lot of tracks. For example, this is one I just saw, Spawn Meditation. I have no idea what that would be. Themes. There's a lot of themes here. This is something that when you subscribe, you get a code. You put it in with your YouTube channel, and then it's supposedly whitelisted and you don't have any trouble and blah, 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 blah. Because I don't want to have an issue with that, but I think it's a good feature to have some background music along with the stream. Now, the funny part of that is I don't have any. What the hell happened there? I don't have any. I don't know. I don't have any speakers in here. So I don't hear any of this. Unless I put my headset on. But a couple of people had said, Antonio was talking about once that the music was good. So there you go. We'll see. What happened? Well, the greed index is up. That's what's new. And crypto, Jesus. I wonder when that is going to, well, it won't be for at least the next 3.5 years or 2.5 years or whatever it is. Will there be any legal determination about that? Because it is, they're really, they have embraced it, the current administration. Both privately and politically and publicly. The grift is really phenomenal. I don't know whether it's unusual or not, but boy, everybody has got their finger in the pie, it seems like, one way or another. So we're going to have the IB statistic in 3 and change minutes here. And what does that mean? Well, that means that at 9, oh, here's something I forgot to mention. I suppose. I share my monitors. I stream my monitors, not just the application. So you can see any program that I have open, and you can see the clock, hours, minutes, seconds, date, tie it back to Bookmap or IRT to further the transparency and the accountability. And remember, this is Central Standard Time. Anyway, at 9:30, the IB statistic will become active. By definition, the IB high and the IB low are nothing more than the marker of the high and the low for the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So, at 9:30, this will stop going up, that will stop going down, and the statistic will be active. And then I'll share my thinking about that after the fact. Over here, you see that we don't have anything yet because it's not 9:30. None of these indicators appear until they should at 9:30. Remember, I probably forgot to say this, I don't know. There's a delay on YouTube, so if I am trading or whatever, or what I say or point out, be aware that there's a delay. So, nothing I can do about it. I've looked around, and if you know how to eliminate the delay so it's real time or close to it, let me know, but I don't know. I haven't found anything. Allows me to set that, and I can appreciate why they do that. They probably have some sort of filter that, if somebody's threatening bodily harm or whatever, it shuts it off. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we're zooming in on a minute here. I think these glasses are worse. Ooh, baby, 30 seconds. What's going to happen here now? I would anticipate that we're going to take this IB high out pretty darn quick here in the next couple of ticks. Interesting if it happens before or after 9:30, won't it? And we have 5 seconds to wait. And there we go. Right on time. That's pretty funny. They took the IB statistic exactly at 9:30. And if you look over here, what happened? Exactly at 9:30, we had an A signal fire. Pretty funny. What I was going to say was my usual, put my soapbox back, but my usual comment that do not trade towards the statistic. That's a real dangerous maneuver. Imagine that we're down here and it's 9:30 and you're all excited because we're above all of the VPOCs and VWAPs and mids and everybody else, and we're surely going to take that IB high. Well, sometimes that doesn't happen and we go the other way. So don't ever trade to the statistic. Remember that the statistic is not a thing until it is a thing. It's not a statistic until the time, till the fat lady sings, or however that old saying goes. It's probably not at all politically correct, but anyway, you get the idea. Well, we have taken out the IB high. We've had a VPOC migration up. Looking over here now, watch this. We have not gotten Well, I can't stop sneezing, and I apologize. I can't get to the mute quick enough. We have not taken the IB, we have not taken the A statistic here because it's based on the close, and we did not do that. You have to be careful about that. All right, so we have a B, and I have to quickly validate the rule. We do not have a trigger, which would mean we pull back into the trigger zone, at which point we'll get a red arrow down, and that would indicate a trigger south. However, big however, what do you suppose the context is here? Looks to me like it's about as up as you're going to get. And we have levels above us, including the all-time high. So I'm not going to get too fixated on a potential short for the IB. This would be the IB high. Oh, failure trade. And, you know, I hope, you know, I'm completely candid and transparent here. I hope that's, well, I don't, you know, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not, I guess. It's what I am and it's how it works. I'm not an internet guru. I'm not a bullshit artist. I am completely transparent and accountable, and if I have to figure out how I have this rule written, I don't feel bad at all about saying that. So there you have it. And after yesterday, I'm real hyper about missing that signal. But I'm also trying to maintain, keep control over, you know, the typical reaction and monkey mind and stuff that we have so frequently. Just, you know, quickly, we've been evolving for thousands of years, and all of those things like FOMO and all the adrenaline bursts that we get for FOMO and fear and wanting to be right and all that kind of stuff, or whatever the motivation is for you, you're never going to get rid of those thoughts or feelings. What you need to do is be aware and recognize them immediately. Don't act on them. You know, it's that simple. I think. All right, now I'm going to try not to break everything here. Get over here, and what do we have? Well, we have the VPOC. Here's our first VPOC migration, and here's our full session VPOC migration. You notice the full session is more muted yellow, and the RTH is the brighter of the two. Remember I talked about the VPOC migration not being a very successful deal for me. Well, if you took it immediately, you got scaled, and now you're stopped. If you didn't take it immediately, you're stopped, and you didn't get a scale. Boop. That's my experience with the IB. Oh, the VPOC migration in a nutshell. Let's see now. I've got to think about this, whether I want to have these rules separated like that or not. The way I have it written as it is incidentally, this is how you do a signal. There's the rule. Ah, that's the problem. Right there. How the hell did that work? Let's get away from that. Here's the signal. This is incorrect, and I know I fixed this last night. This is the signal as it's written in the actual backtest. What I'm looking at here is a signal marker. And that should be right. Wait a minute. Hold on, something's wrong here. Something's all goofy. That should be the actual. Whoa, you see, you have a signal for the rule, and you have a rule, and and then I have developed a signal for the rule. The chart doesn't use the rule. Hope that's clear. So, for example, wherever that was, the IB high statistic up here, that's the correct way the signal is written. It doesn't have any V pound numbers. This is wrong right here. This has got to be written this way. Boy, I'm screwing up right, left, and center, man. I got to stop doing this shit when I'm tired. I have got to stop doing this when I'm tired. This is all wrong. Wow. Wow, man. My eyes are killing me, and this ain't helping. What I added last night here was this parameter, and close is less than SSDIB high, and this is all haywire. And I'll tell you exactly why it's all haywire right here. Nope, open. Did I spell it wrong? Yes, OPN is less than. And this is a session statistics indicator, and I have renamed it IB high, and the way you do that is, I'll show you when I save this. What you do here when you rename it is use the highest price is the highest high of the first 60 minutes of the open session, blah, blah, blah. That's how it works. Oh, hold on a second here. Session. And close. And apply. Still not right. Something's still goofy. Yeah, I know what I need to do. I need to really think about this one. I'm making a mistake in real time here. I'm so embarrassed. Well, maybe not. What I think I want this thing to do is come down through it. So let's go like this. Let's make the open higher than the high and the close less than the high, and save and close. And then we're going to change this to no, I'm making a mistake here completely. Yeah, I want to get rid of that signal. Let me think about this, boys and girls. What I'm trying to do here is plot not the IB continuation, which is correct here. The IB high stat signal. What I'm doing wrong is I need to be clear in my mind which signal, how they fall in cadence and how they set flags in the background. The signals don't have anything to do with the flags, but the rules do, and the rules work properly. So where I'm screwing up is by moving the rules around. This is the correct IB high statistic for a continuation trade. What I'm trying to set up now is the IB low, is the IB high failure statistic. And that would be in my rules over here, somewhere around here. IB, boy, I can't even focus anymore. My eyes are so tired. This is the IB high continuation statistic, and this is the IB high statistic. So this was for the failure. So let's see if we have a statistic there. IB high stat signal. That's correct. Okay. What the hell does that say? That's exactly what I had. Okay. So what I need to do is remove this boy right over here, I think. But yeah. And which is this? I don't want to remove that one. Yeah, because I've already got it right there. I don't want them to double up, right? What is this? This is the IB high stat, and that's correct. Oh no, I know what I'm doing wrong. This is for the IB failure. So what I want to do here is throw this A below in red. Sorry. I hope this is fun watching an old fart stumble around over here. But hey, I'm probably older than 4 or 5 of you guys added together, so come on, cut me some slack. Didn't your mom ever tell you to respect your elders? Okay, Jesus Christ, I need more sleep. Which brings me to a point, actually. First of all, what time is it? I better think of that. Okay, we're right there. Which brings me to a point here that, so I want to put this below 12, and I want it to be that guy right there. And I want it to be offset. A bunch of offsets, okay. So let's watch what happens when I put apply over here. Aha. That's what I was looking for. And now I've got to put this one. Okay. And open is less than. And close is greater than. And doodly-doo-doo-doo. Close one is greater than open one. Yes. I think I'm getting there. So let's see what happens. This A, right? Now it moved already. It's already gone, so that's correct. Okay, now we're getting there. Oh boy, wasn't that fun? There's a problem right here. I want this A to be offset 12 pixels. And why do I want that? Because that's what happened to me yesterday. I didn't notice that the B, I have this offset to the letter, to the rule as it compares to the trigger indicator of the arrow. And had I noticed this was offset yesterday, I would have taken the trade. I would have noticed it and taken the trade. So my fault all the way around. And I'm going to save all of that before I wonder why I didn't. Now we have the rules set up. Save all. Okay, what do we got going on now? Well, these are all triggers for the IB failure continue, right here. Now I have to ask myself, do I want to trade counter trend? And I don't think I do. The other signal, which I just had, is not valid. Now I do not have an IB continuation trade because it's not gotten into the continuation zone. Okay. Ooh. I love it when a plan comes together, eh? So there you go. I'm being paged by the boss. I gotta head out there and see. When she says jump, I'm going how high on the way up. Well, what do we have going on now? They keep firing these IB failure trades, but I'm not a big fan of counter trend trading. I think that's like a primary rule that a guy doesn't want to do. I think. What else we got going on here? What time is it? It's 10:11. Well, I've talked about it before, but you got to be real aware of your monkey mind. Over the years of evolution, we're wired for FOMO and all those things, and that's real important to recognize, because you're never going to get rid of it. You know, it's baked into us from evolution and selective adaptation, etc. So we don't have the IB continuation triggered yet. And I'm guessing we're not gonna, I don't mean trigger, I'm sorry, I mean rule number 2. The B rule. For lack of a better, more creative naming convention. All right, so let's see now. We've got Mookie going. Mookie is mooking. Smack a thumbs up, smack a subscribe, drop something in the chat, send money, you know, shoot up a flare, whatever. Whatever it takes, whatever works. Damn thing doesn't want to work very good. I don't know why. This computer is irritating. God damn it. IRT can be pretty frustrating sometimes. Now, if you're not trading on specific rules like I am sequentially, this is a pretty classic IB continuation setup over here. Obviously, rearview mirror is so plain. I won't insult your intelligence by pretending that I did that. But here we are, you know. We took the IB statistic right there. Traded down, back up, didn't get anywhere. Came up, tested, and now we're going in the direction of context. So essentially that would be reasonable. Where the hell am I for timeline? What do we got? We got 227. Up a little bit, I guess. Stupid shit. Oh, RTH, come on, really? Now, I don't have any, I don't have the sequential rules here, right? We've got A, we're missing a B, or the continuation trade as backtest. And the hell is going on? And there was our little responsive selling, and boom, up we go, just kind of the reverse of yesterday. What a surprise. What do you think volume is? I'm guessing it's pretty good because we're at almost 500,000 contracts so far, so we're going to be 100 or better. Ooh, fooling myself there, huh? How can that be? So anyway, there's reality. That's 88% volume of per average at this time of day. And we're down to 3.5 ATR on the 5-minute. I have no idea what's going on with news and reports. I hate to look, actually. Well, we do have a note. And not really. So we still have the random risk hanging over our heads here, and I don't know what will happen in regard to that, or if anything, but keep on your toes. Maybe it's a good point to talk about trading as a business, not as a video game or gambling. I hope that's evident what I'm trying to accomplish here. If you read between the lines at all, or I should say listen between the lines maybe. So this is my premise. Trading is a random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and that is a statistical fact. Jack. It's a binary event. What does it do? It goes up or down. Period. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And here's a saying you've probably heard before and likely just blown off as some lawyers speak or whatever, but it is a real important statistical fact. Past performance is not indicative of future results. All of this means nothing, has no bearing on the outcome of the next trade, the future result. You know, there is actually a phenomenon, a human phenomenon recognized by casinos to take advantage of that fallacy, and that it's called the gambler's fallacy. And it goes like this, roulette. Oh man, we've had 15 reds in a row. The probability of the next trade being red has got to be below 10%. I'm going black. Absolutely not. The probability of the next trade is exactly the statistic or the probability on the roulette wheel. If it were a wheel with only black and red, the probability would be 50-50. Irregardless if there was 10,000 reds in a row before. Now, in roulette, just coincidentally, in America, they dilute that twice. They put a 0 and a double 0, 2 greens. In Europe, I believe they only have 1 0 to further skew the edge or the expectancy to the house. But one has nothing to do with the other. It's actually a known phenomenon called the gambler's fallacy. Google it. The past performance has no effect on future results. So what you do if you're going to approach trading as a statistical or a business of probabilities is identify a setup which is, that repeats frequently and seems to have, apparently similar criteria. In my case, it's the IB continuation or IB failure. And then you collect a statistically significant data set of that setup and those specific criteria which validate an entry and decide and determine if it has a mathematical expectancy or not. You know, positive expectancy. If it does, then you take that whenever it presents itself. That's the whole purpose. I mean, that's the whole methodology behind the backtesting thing. It's absolutely just not, there's no discretion whatsoever. It is based on specific rules, and that's that. Now, there's a lot said in that last statement. First of all, statistically significant data set. What the hell does that mean? Well, that means that 10 trades is not a statistically significant data set. It needs to be a large enough subset of the data so that you're outside the probability or the high probability of random distribution. And the best analogy I can make for random distribution is flip a coin. We all know that a coin flip is 50-50. Flip a coin 10 times. Would you be surprised if you got a majority of heads or tails in 10 flips? No, I don't think anybody would. Flip that coin 1,000 times and you're going to be pretty damn close to 50-50. That is statistically significant. 10 flips is within random distribution or random occurrence, or pick one, you know. A string of losses in a row, a string of wins in a row. Consecutive wins or losses. That's how the backtesting reports generate it and show it. But that's what it is. So you need to be outside of that. And then here's another pretty important one that win rate alone is absolutely useless internet guru clickbait. And I say so with complete conviction because it's meaningless by itself. It's an important statistic, but by itself, it's completely meaningless. You can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. The idea is it's the risk reward that is critical and taken in conjunction. The formula to calculate your expectancy, one of them is win rate times average winner minus loss rate times average loser. That gives you an expectancy over a specific data set. And you want that data set to be big enough that it is outside of, random distribution and statistically significant, like I just was saying. You want to be, and you must take when you're vetting these trades, you must keep all the parameters equal. You want to be able to say over 500 trades, my setup, blah, 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 I can depend on, or my expectancy is 65 T1s, 60, whatever the hell it is, 20 T2s, and the balance stops, or scratches and stops, whatever. But they have to be the same. You can't have a T1 of 3 points one time and 6 points the next time and 20 points the next time and 1 point the next time. It's always got to be the same. Same way with your stop and the same way with T2. That's how you collect a statistic. That's how you determine a statistical probability for a setup. And that's called vetting the setup. And then once you've done that, you have that in your quiver or your clip or your whatever you want, a trade plan, whatever you want to call it. And you can take that trade. After you have vetted it, then you have other options open to you. For example, if it's the IB continuation trade and you get scaled and it continues on, you may want to look at your T2 target and figure it's up here somewhere at one of these statistics. and you lock in and you trade manage by bringing your stop up below swing lows, for example. Never, under any circumstances, ever move your stop away from entry or double down. That is a fool's game. A martingale. Whew. Quickest way to go broke you can figure out, unless you've got unlimited money. But over the long haul, over the largest data set, you'll go broke. Anyway, so there is how you approach trading as a business. And now let me also say that this is not some epiphany that this old guy, old cowboy from Montana came up with. Me. This is, I am repeating because I agree with the findings and the belief and the philosophy and the methodology of the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world. Ed Thorpe, Jim Simmons, Ray Tudor Jones, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the Best Loser Wins guy, Tom B in Trader Lab, Rod, with that, Static, any of those people who isn't a bullshit artist on the internet, and that's not to say that all people on the internet are bullshit artists. Hell, I'm on it right now, aren't I? But the point is, most of them are just after clickbait and trying to get you to do something. But the top hedge fund people and traders in the world all have discovered and built their fortunes around trading as a probability, vetting a trade, and letting the statistics play out. And if it's convenient or not convenient, if it's familiar sounding, it is the exact business model of a casino or the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Think about that a minute. You are sitting here in the position of being the casino, being the house. Do you want to be the house or do you want to be the gambler? Personally, I want to be the house. How do they do it? They don't play any game on the casino floor for which they haven't pre-identified a very definite probability, expectancy, edge, whatever you want to call it, and specific rules that validate that game. On the casino floor, the only mission they have in life is to play that game as many times as they humanly can. That relies on the law of large numbers, just as we do. We know that we will take stops. They know that gamblers will win. They know that over a large, statistically significant data set, they have an edge, and the law of large numbers will compound that edge, percentage of edge, to their bank account. That's what we as traders have to do, in my opinion. And if you've got a strategy, this is not the my way or the highway place here. If you have a strategy that, whatever, if your wife wears purple pants, you go long, whatever the hell it is, and it works for you consistently, you're consistently profitable over a large number of trades, don't quit. But be sure you're looking at a large enough data set that is, anybody can have 10 wins in a row or 10 losses in a row. Any edge can have that. Any system can have that. But does it consistently produce its edge over a great number? Look at there, 401 stops out there. What do we got here? I'm busy babbling. Well, we've got 588 at the 68 handle. That's quite a few. They're going to get up here. Who's that masked man? Who said we're taking out the all-time high? I got to start listening to myself here. So anyway, that's how you have a statistical business. That's how you approach trading as a consistently profitable statistical business that you can rely on. And I have to do that. That's what I want to do. And that's what I have to do because my career evaporated earlier in the year. And so this is my business that I support myself, my family, etc. Unfortunately for me, it was nice having that additional income and not having any pressure. Scared money doesn't trade well. I'm well aware of that. But, that's a different story. Fortunately, I come from generations of people who were self-employed business owners, ranchers, Cadillac dealership guy, stuff like that. And have had my own business most of my life until later years when I got, a pretty good opportunity presented to me and took advantage of it. Now that evaporated, so here I am back in the trenches again. But that's neither here nor there. And that doesn't change the fact that I am approaching trading as a statistical business. I've vetted my IB trades. That's the 2 trades I'm watching for and taking now until I go through the process with another one. And pretty quick, I don't know, maybe in an hour or so, I'll go through the backtesting procedure and show you how I'm doing that. Speaking of that, let's see what's going on in Backtest World over here. Well, what I want to do here. So here we have a V. Okay, so we can go through these together. I'm probably confused. I hope you guys aren't as confused as I am. But anyway, let's pick the next music so you don't have to just listen to me babble on here forever. Well, that was Latin Vibes. Here's another one I usually do. Let's do this one over here. Well, let's do the piano thing. That's kind of nice sometimes. No vocals out. Okay, boom. All right, now let's get back to the business at hand. I already talked about this being epidemic sound and having to pay for it because I couldn't find something that, be really careful of that, just as a side note, if anybody cares. What am I doing here? There we go. Any of these lo-fi house music, all that crap you see on YouTube, royalty-free, copyright-free, blah, 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 blah. Absolutely none that I found are really that case. I've tried listening, having them as background music because I thought, oh, how easy is this? And got copyright strikes up one side and down the other. The way you test that, just FYI, so that you don't jeopardize your channel, is throw up a stream on the weekend, for example, and just, title it music test or whatever else it is, and let the music run and let it run for a few hours and then shut it off and publish it and wait and see, because YouTube has an algorithm that runs when they publish or process or whatever it is they do to a live stream. That algorithm tests all the background music for any kind of copyright issues, apparently, and it'll throw a copyright thing or a royalty-free deal. And if so, then you just make it, well, I would just delete them. You can make it private if you want to, but that's how I tested it. I think I found that out via Googling or something. So here we go now with the backtest rules. And once again, these levels are custom indicators I generated. or built, whatever, and these signals are also signal markers, which I built, and they replicate exactly the trading rules of my backtest trading system. And those rules are right here. This has nothing to do with this trading system, apart from the fact that the rules visually represent these trading rules. Not exactly, because within the trading system it is sequential. We don't have a trigger before we have an A. We don't have a B before we have an A. We don't have a trigger before we have a B. You see, it's sequential. There's A, there's B, there's a trigger. Now, if I were following this system blindly or, mechanically, non-discretionarily, there's an A, there's a B, and there's a signal, and there would be a short from here, and you got scale, but that's it. So, a couple caveats there. When I built this so that I could visually verify that these rules and signals and triggers were all doing what I expected and intended them to do, completely apart from the backtest, which I'll go through in a little bit. Here we go for that new all-time high. Oh man, am I a wizard or what? I should be a fortune teller, I think, shouldn't I? Why didn't I take an IB continuation? Because there's the A, there's the B, and there is no trigger. No rule, no trigger fired in sequence to take the long. Would have been beautiful, because here would be an example of a trigger. Had this occurred, or this occurred, or this occurred after the B, well, wouldn't that be nice? Up to that, targeting the new all-time high, and away you go. But that's not what happened. That's what I would like to have happen, and that's where you can hang yourself up real bad if you just go at this like you're killing snakes, or discretionarily, or, well, it's close enough, good enough for the girls I go with. I'm going along here. Whatever. I am focused on doing this what I believe is correctly. And again, this is not my way or the highway. This is simply my journal that I share openly with whoever. And I will say a couple of things. Hit a thumbs up, hit a subscription, or subscribe. Drop something in the chat. Who are you? Where are you from? Why, am I full of shit as a Christmas goose, or does this make sense? Or, hey, dude, I've got this thing works like $1 million. Tell me what you're doing, and I'll be happy to look at. I'm open to anything. So, there's that. And here we go. There's that new all-time high, baby. I told you, without question, they're going to get this. They cannot sleep nights. These RTH fellers can't sleep nights if they don't have the all-time high record. And if you don't believe me, go back to the pre-market and listen. Now, it's important to mention here on my part, I think, that these trading rules, backtest system, all of this stuff is just what I've come up with on my own for the rules and what I think is correct about them. Number one, and the overall or overreaching methodology is to prove to myself that I could, in fact, code up sequential rules. Not what's being displayed here, but in the backtest system. We have to have an A before we can have a B. We have to have a B, an A, and a B before we have a trigger. You know, that kind of thing. Which I have successfully done now. And that's a pretty big deal. The way I wrote these rules is just me, what I thought was important. Having the close within the zone. Notice that if I had had the high within the continuation zone, I would have had a trigger here and I would be long. Because the B, rather than it being a close, the B would have been based on this high. So I would have had an A and a B and a trigger. Now the proper way of testing this stuff, once you have it coded up so that everything is working as you expect, all these rules, then you can start doing the what if stuff. One of the first questions that I'm asked by a lot of the people in static is, okay, instead of having the risk neutral trigger at this and that, have it different, or have instead of a risk neutral target, have both of them at 36 ticks instead of one at 12 and one at 48, that kind of thing, to see if there's a difference in the profitability. From my point of view, I would start with the signals, like I said right here. Instead of the close, have it the high. Change that to the high there, and that would be the low here, which would be here, instead of the close. And then the trigger would be the trigger, which is over here. So in a sense, in this instance, it would be this. It wouldn't be any different, but in this instance over here, it would be a huge difference. And you can easily do that by just changing a little bit of the code over here on whichever rules. And if you're really slick about it, which I'm not, I don't want to go there. You can have it based on user variables, which you can just change one spot and then it affects all the different rules at once. That's the safest way to go. And there's a couple things you can do with backtesting. You can push this backtesting system to the chart, which would plot exactly every trade. And you can run the backtest, which is important. They can't get that all-time high. Isn't that funny? There's yesterday's RTH session. There's yesterday's ETH session. That is the all-time high in ETH, and they can't get above there yet. I'm sure they will, but, you know, that's pretty funny. You can bet there's a buttload of call the toppers that are, or pick the toppers that are, that don't have an idea about the all-time high or whatever else it is, and are just trying to pick the top. Well, we've tested up here a whole bunch. We didn't get there. This is the high. I'm going short. What happens when they do that? Well, all of the stops for all those people that were trying to pick the high are up here above the previous high, you would think. What is that? That's fuel. Those are stops. Here we took out 400 of them. Here we took out 200 of them. Buy stops, remember, they're squaring up shorts. difference between me backtesting and me visually confirming these signals is I apply discretion, which is not a good thing, but typically, but in this case, I have an A, I have a B, and I have a trigger for the IB failure short. Boom. It would have likely gotten scaled, but then stopped. So it would have been a scratch. And I didn't take that trade specifically because it was counter trend. If I run a backtest, it will take that trade because it doesn't do that. It doesn't apply any discretion. And this is what I'm talking about. There's the A, there's rule B, and there's the trigger, which would be up here, and then you'd scale, and there you are. Thing's done it again. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's really freaking irritating. I very purposefully do not touch the scale. If you notice at the bottom here of these IRT charts, this white line and the selectors all the way to the edge, that means it's moving automatically. If it turns into a gray thing like that, it is not. And it'll just sit here forever. I don't like that, and I don't know why. Sometimes I'm sure it's me doing something, but but I don't know what that is. If you know what I mean. I'm going to see something down here now. As time progresses now, the likelihood of me having a setup is slim because I'm doing the 2 IB trades, and what's happening, we're getting out of that zone completely. You could rule out any trades off the IB low right now unless somebody says something. And we're sort of running out of the what IB trade would be likely up here. I don't think any. Which is, you know, once again, this is not a business. This is not, trading as a business is not what many perceive it to be. It's not adrenaline, fun-filled, a million trades a day kind of thing, especially when you're vetting something as I am, and I only have 2 trades I'm working. And if they're not getting ready to present themselves, I'm not going to make stuff up, you know. That's a human trait that's real dangerous in trading, is making up a reason to do something, seeing a pattern that you just imagine ought to be there because you're bored. That's not a good thing. And I'm, you know, I'll be blow me over with a feather if they don't get a new IB high today, or a new all-time high today. And if that happens, let's look at what we've got here. Well, we've still got, now we've already come through the 6,800, so that's 600 and whatever contracts are laying up there, traded out, I guess. And we don't have a lot of volume above us, or a lot of liquidity resting above us, but we do have this level up here. Pretty hard to believe that doesn't get taken, isn't it? The reason that this thing keeps being so skewed to the upside here is it's keeping the session prices here in range. It's kind of irritating, but on the other hand, ooh, we had a VPOC migration. Ooh, everybody dance. My wife asked me to look something for her on Amazon. I'll be damned if I can remember what it was. And I'll get that, oh, you dumbass look on her face when I ask her what again. Well, we're going to get that IB high. You wait and see. Who was that masked man? How did I know that? I didn't remember. It's 50-50, isn't it? I had a 50-50 probability we're going to do that or not. That's it. That's it. I remember I've talked about a guy that I used to listen to when I was in Kuala Lumpur. Sometimes I'd listen to his stream when I was exercising in my morning over there, which is 12 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time. And he had the usual stuff. I don't pay any attention to reports. I just trade. He'd do the stream, and he'd be, down $2,500 or something. And then miraculously, the next morning when the stream started, I got on yesterday afternoon, and I made all that back plus another $1,000 or whatever it was. So there's the typical shit. But one of the funny things that he recognized and mentioned one time, which I kind of think is probably true, when he was in a big loss in the day, bunch more viewers would tune in. Somehow that would get going around wherever, and people like to see a trader on a drawdown. I don't know, but I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting observation. That guy's Matt. He's now the big poster boy for Apex. In those days, he was doing his own stream, and I remember very definitely. I was very definitely listening to those in the morning when I would be doing my exercise. When he quit his project management job and went to trading full time, and now he's a big shot with poster boy for Apex. Was it at that time he was trading a TopStep account? Not for TopStep, but just. That's what he was doing. And for a brief period there, he was going to be a TopStep guy. I remember he put a video out where he and his wife flew up to Chicago and met with Patak and the risk management guy Mick, and they were at the TopStep office and whatever else, and then that was the end of that. No more. The next time something turned up, he was a poster boy for Apex, and I don't know if it's any truth or not. I heard Apex paid him $1 million to be the front man. With this, I passed 20 accounts and 20 accounts in one day and all that kind of thing. Good for him. I mean, it wouldn't be something where I'd want to go, but good. I guess for $1 million, I'd go there. I don't know. I suppose everybody, they say everybody has a price at some point. I don't know. He lives near here. He lives over in Austin, or did. I'm streaming this from Houston. Never thought I'd live in Texas, but you never know where life is going to take you. Sucks. This sucks. If y'all think it's boring on your side of the screen, you ought to be over on my side of the monitor here. This is my life, right? And I pay for all of this, and I come do this every day for a minimum of 7 hours every day, because that's how long the stream's up. And I am definitely here longer than that. Well, I hope that you have a setup. And if you just were trading a basic IB continuation, you got long in the direction of context, and you're a happy camper, and good for you. Remember now that this is, there's 10 handles there. Get over that, pop that new IB high, and there would be the 12-point risk neutral targets. And boy, oh boy, are they teasing this damn thing, huh? They've tied the IB high, is that correct? Yeah, they tied the Globex high, or did they exceed it? I can look at that over here by turning on the opening up this info box, and then put the mouse on the candle, and the high is 6802.75. Just equals the all-time high. Yeah, okay, that's. You can also toggle off and on a different info box for all of the different things by just hitting the plus sign. See down, that little guy down there. Well, we're fast approaching the witching hour here at noon. Okay, where am I doing? Who's on third? I don't know. Who's on fourth? I got to call the freaking bank here. I'm not sure about something. Okay. Well, there we go. So we equaled the all-time high. Put in yesterday's ETH. Okay. Ooh, crude oil's not happy. A build in inventory, a big build in inventory. Wow. This economy is heading for a rough patch, by the way. 3.715 million barrel inventory increase. They were expecting 225 and they got 179. That is not good. Let me just see if I can. Yes, here we go. Let me point this out to you. This was real shocking to me. And I didn't notice it particularly at the time. Consumer credit August. Previous was 18.05 billion. Expected 12.90 billion. Actual 0.36 billion. That's $12 billion less than expected for consumer credit. I think that's a big deal. I think. And I'm not sure. I'm going to have to Google Antifa. I don't know whatever that is. I know it's the next misdirection. The next misdirection point, but I wish that they, instead of dancing all around with all this crazy stuff, they would just focus on a few important problems that we actually have, actual problems that we have. I just get the feeling that's not happening. And typically when I feel that way, it's an indication of misdirection, you know. What does a magician do? It's misdirection. They don't want you to look at something, so they misdirect you over there. I'm thinking that's probably what's going on at a real high level, but I don't know. Got no idea. And again, not political, just not only do I want to have an idea what's going on, I want what's going on to be doing some good for the country. You know, I live here, or was born here. So, there you go. I just Googled it quickly. There's this thing. I like the looks of this high pressure shower. Top spray, large shower head, high pressure shower head, blah, 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 Timu.
Go Amazon.
It is Amazon. Oh, that's what I searched.
Because I saved some the card. And you can go to and book the one
Okay.
right.
Well, we don't want all this filter shit in here that you set. What we want is what we have, isn't it? What is all this? Filtered shower head. Where do we put that? How about this one? Anti-clogging silicone nozzles, 2.5 gallon per minute, removable restrictor. So you can take the restrictor out and make it full flow. This one doesn't have the removable restrictor.
Really?
Still waiting for these. I think this looks good. I don't think we want all this filter shit to get rid of all this stuff here to get rid of like the drinking filter for the water. We don't need all this.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'm just telling you, I don't think we need this. Again with the filter. Another filter. Another filter.
Buy that?
Yeah, and then buy this one now, right? Do you want the
No, I don't want that. You can delete.
delete?
Yeah.
'Cause I didn't delete it before. Look at here, prime deal, save minus 53%. Wow. What else you gonna buy? Well, I know, but what I mean is that's pretty cool. So proceed to checkout.
Done.
Don't spend. Where is it? Where's the checkout?
They ask you some more, you continue to check out. They ask you.
Buy more shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where are you?
So what are we doing now? What's on to the? Oh, I'm busy talking on the mic with my wife about ordering replacement shower heads. I'm sorry, I didn't realize the mic wasn't muted. Oh well, now you know the inner secret. Now you know our secret. You can tell I'm a professional influencer, huh? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a couple things I wish I could automate, but I really don't want to. I haven't figured out all the ramifications. First of all, I would love to have it be a way to automatically bring the focus of OBS to the screen I'm moving my mouse on, except for the fact when sometimes I want to do something on the other screen and not interrupt the video. So that's the reason I've never done that. And some sort of a voice activated mute wouldn't work that much, but just like that, you know, I forget to mute it and then I'm talking to my wife or the cat or myself or or whatever. I don't mind, you know, recording talking to myself, but I hate it when I have an argument and then I lose. That's a big deal. That's a problem. This son of a bitch is not automatic again. I don't know what to do about that. Or how. I'm going to have to Google or go to the support and make damn sure it always stays active. Okay, so we approach 12 o'clock. Now there's something else that I talk about frequently in the pre-market and the closing, you know, roundup, but the most important piece of equipment that you can possibly have for your trading is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about it for a minute. All the money and time and thought we put into monitors and refresh rate and charting this and bookmap that and blah, blah, blah. Who's really analyzing everything and doing the trading? That's you. So if you are not, you know, you can have, let's use an old saying, you don't want to be the weakest link in the chain. If you're, you know, on emotional tilt, you didn't get a good sleep, you're not hydrated, your eyes are crapped out, you're not thinking straight. Yesterday cost me a full 2 profit target risk neutral scale because my eyes didn't pick up the B. I misread it for a star, an arrow, and I didn't take the trade. There's a perfect example of that because my eyes are strained and really stressed out right now. So it's real important for you to work out, eat properly. If you've had a fight with whoever, whatever, don't be trading. Push the mouse away. Bringing me to something that you should do every day, more than once through the trading day, is give your eyes and yourself a break. Get out in natural light. Focus a long ways away. We spend hours with our short focus eye muscles clenched up, staring at these charts. If you want to do an example or an experiment, take your hands and clench your fists as tight as you can. And do that for an hour. Do that for the entire time you're watching the entire morning session. Tell me how your hands feel and your arms and your forearms. That's what you're doing with your eyes. So get out. When you focus a long distance, soft focus or whatever, a long distance away, get some natural light, a little soft UV. That relaxes your eye muscles, your short focus muscles, and heals your eyes a bit. Really important. So what I'm doing is trying to combine. I do a 12 and a half mile deal every Sunday. Walk, jaunt every Sunday. What I'm going to start doing now, which I believe is better for you, is about 3 miles every day. Rest the eyes, go for a walk, You know, I'm fortunate to live in a real lovely neighborhood with lots of big oak trees and soft light. And, that's what I'm going to do every day around 12. And there you have it. I also have a pull-up bar in the door of the office I grab every time I walk in and out, and I've got dumbbells on the floor, which I can do curls and squats and mule kicks with. You've got to keep yourself fit, keep your blood pressure, you know, in check, keep your heart rate good. You are the most important piece of equipment in your trading world. Now, if you're just, you know, if you're sitting at the bar hammered, you know, trading on your phone, good for you. Don't worry about it. Just disregard the whole last sentence. But if you're not, you know, if you're taking this serious or you're trying to make a consistently profitable business out of it, you've got to take yourself and your health and your state of mind as, if not more seriously than you do all the other expensive horseshit you have in your office. Equipment, that you have in your office. You know, I'm standing in front, I have 2 stand-up desks, big ones. 5 by 2.5 feet one, and the other 6 by 2.5. I am on the monitor in front of me, on the desk in front that I normally work on. I've got a 4-rack monitor, a 4-monitor rack. The 2 primary trade screens are 32-inch 4Ks. Above that are 2 27 high defs. I got a 27 high def to my left, which has got OBS and stuff on it vertically. And further around the corner is a third computer with another 24 or 32-inch 4K. I got a mixer here for the stream and 3 keyboards, and you know what I mean. I'm not bragging. What I'm saying is I've got more crap invested in stuff in just doing this stream and doing my trading. And then I stand here all, 12, 14 hours every day and don't do a couple of squats or lift dumbbells or something. How stupid is that? It's like buying yourself a brand new, 911S Porsche and not put gas in the damn thing or you know what I mean? It's just stupid. And I'm trying not to be stupid. And I am trying to put it out there so maybe it will resonate with you. You're the person that makes you are the most critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading world. Remember that. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Welcome to the stream. Mash a thumbs up, subscribe, send thousands of dollars. If you do if you send the money, you don't have to worry about the subscribing or the thumbs up part. But seriously, thanks for coming by. It's a lonely, trading can be a lonely deal. Drop something in the chat. I'm from wherever you're from, and I think you're full of crap or whatever it is you want to say. I hope that it's beneficial to somebody. I hope that being able to watch over my shoulder and hear what I'm thinking is meaningful or helpful. Remember that this is, again, if you weren't around for the pre-market, which is every day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, I do the pre-market and I talk about the stream, and this is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I'm watching is captured on my video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. When I'm talking to myself. And I am happy to let anybody participate or, look over my shoulder. Now we just we have the possibility of a bee trigger firing over here. But I'm always apprehensive in the 12 to 1 zone, because we can frequently have a reversal Then on the other side of that coin is the 12 to 1 stat, which is similar to the IB stat. And it says succinctly that if the market is out of balance, and it is pretty definitely out of balance today, and we make a new extreme higher low between 12 and 1300, the lunch now. And here's a question for you. I automatically assume it's my 12 to 1300 because I'm in the same time zone as the futures, CBO, CME. In other words, that wouldn't work if you're trying to look at 12 to 1 or 12 to 1300 and you're in Kuala Lumpur, right? Or California. So if you're in the 12 to 1, I believe, 12 to 1 CME period, the futures lunch period, or maybe it might be applicable using Eastern Standard Time. If they make an excessive high or low during that 1 hour, then there's a 90+% probability that they will exceed that high or low at some point in the remainder of the trading session. It's kind of like the IB statistic, only it's between 12 and 1 instead of based around the IB. So there you go. I just wouldn't feel comfortable going long right now with my first signal. Oh, I can't do that. What am I talking about? Fool. A fool you done. Broke mama's lamp. If you know what song that's from, you're as old as I am. So here's our B, and that's just the second rule. What would be next? What would be required next? A trigger. Trigger. We don't have a trigger. We don't have a trade. Boop. Now I got that Stevie Wonder song in my head. One of my favorite songs, so I don't mind, but, you know. So what can I do now to help me, you, somebody? Nothing. I'm sticking to my rules, and I'm happy about that. And in my opinion, in my trading world, my business, that's how I do it. Obviously, I would hope it's obvious that my intention here is to eliminate discretion as much as possible. I used it today not to trade counter trend, counter context. and it would have scaled, but then stopped. So it would have been a scratch. And frankly, the reason I have this this visual thing up here, and I can maybe show you that part. Yeah, sure, right here. Okay, there's A for the long continuation. Here's the A trade for the failure. These triggers mean nothing. Here's the B for the failure, and here's the trigger. So, short. What did you do? You got scaled. Then what happened? I consciously used my discretion not to take this trade. The backtesting would have taken the trade, and it would be a scratch. Now, I don't have a problem with that, and I am thinking about adding a code rule to, and how I would do that, I'm not sure, to basically enforce this idea that I don't take a counter trend trade. So there you go. Thinking out loud, baby, thinking out loud. And I'm still just livid about it. Well, I'm not livid, but I'm so disappointed about yesterday. Strictly my eyes, man. This B was smaller, and it was covered up by a line that you can't, well, this gold line right here, which is the balance line of the profile so far. And it looked, and I mistook it for an arrow or a trigger zone. I've also thought to myself about, notice that I've made the triggers or the rules stand off the bar and the triggers right at the bar. I had that in place yesterday, and my brain didn't fire quick enough to realize that that arrow, that could not have been an arrow. It had to have been a rule. So that's a double error on my part. Eyes and not recognizing my own methodology. And I've got, 350 ticks to prove it. I missed 350 ticks to prove that. So let's, we're in the 12 o'clock area, our zone now. I need to, what do we got going on here? Let's take a look around the roses. And then I'm hitting the door for the health walk here. Well, that should be no question about what kind of day we've got. Here was a big sell-off, and here we're buying them back, They repaired a bit of this damaged area here, and now they're building up the top. What do you want? There is no numbers or really market moving, auction interrupting data points out. So they just kind of wing it, right? I think. And on that note, nothing really going on, even over here. Scary. Probably the longer we get into the day, the more ripe becomes the possibility of some random idea or tweet or whatever else. So there's that. Hi, Panda. How are you? Okay. Yeah. Volume is high. Oops. We're back down to 2.75 on the ATR, and volume's holding just about at 83%. Compared to average for this time of day. Better make that clear. And there we have the book, A Map. And there's the all-time high. And we just tagged it. Or not. Looks to me like we did, but you know, I think I pointed that out already, that if we go over here to IRT and we look down here at the info box, highlight the candle or the bar, the high is 6802.75. And the all-time high is 6802.75. There you go. So I guess that's what we got. That's where we are. Oh, okay. Panda says, Dad, it's time I need petting and I need him quick. And you got to go for a walk. So she's the boss. Sort of. She's the junior boss. Have a great, get outside. Believe me, this market is going to be here when you get back. I promise. Well, what did we do here? We didn't put in a new 12-to-1 yet, but we did get a VPOC migration higher, so I'm not sure what that means to anybody, but there you go. Now I'm through with my 4 miles there. I'm going to have to go hose off. Or 3 miles, whatever it was. Oh, and a crazy Ivan. Boop, boop. That fakes him out. All right. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. What'd you do what'd you guys break while I was gone? All right. Well, we're into the world famous, and I use that term lightly, power hour. And no triggers. No triggers on the continuation. So that's, and I'm not gonna be looking at that now. So there we go. What did we do here? Well, this is the, remember blue boy over here is just a visual reference to let me know that I've got the full range in view. And you see we've had a couple of, what the hell was that? A couple of VPOC migrations here, and an up and a down, and this is where I doop, and this is where I stepped away, and we're back where we started. And we still haven't convincingly set a new all-time high, which is pretty funny. Have we? So Okay, what do we got going on here now? All right. So what I'm going to do here now is move through the backtesting story a little bit. And then we'll do the, then we can do the recap. All right, so basically we've got context of the day is just up and leveled out. We've just tapped out the, just tagged out the all-time high, which was put in yesterday during the ETH. And what have we got going on over here? So this is my backtest chart. And what this does, it does not have the backtest system in it at all, but it does have these custom indicators which I've built and these custom signal markers accurately reflect those levels which the system, the trade system relies on, and the rules. Now, one real important difference is in the trade system, in the backtest system itself, in order for a rule to be, the rules happen sequentially. In other words, there's an A, and then there's a B, and then there's a trigger. There is not trigger, 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 A, trigger, trigger, you know, all over the board. I don't care about that on this. This chart is only for me to visually confirm that the rules are firing when and where, more to the point where I care to have them or I intend them to. This is the backtest system, or the trading system for the initial balance trades, of which there are 4. There is a initial balance high continuation. There's an initial balance high pullback or failure. There's an initial balance low failure and an initial balance low continuation. Those are the only 2 trades. The continuation and the failure trade are the only 2 trades associated with initial balance statistic. And that's what I'm vetting and what I trade now. And then I'll move on to the next group, next setup. And now I can push this, I can send to chart here. I can send this complete rules and trade system to the chart, and it will graph publicly, or, plot the results of the trading system. And I'll do that in a minute. But what the key thing here that I think is important is actually backtesting a system yourself. If you could use, and I started out using a chart like this to manually backtest. You just roll back through every day and you manually see. This is before I had the rules plotted. It would be actually a lot easier now. Roll back through each one and see what trades were taken, and then you got to keep yourself an Excel sheet or something so you can pull together the data. That's one way to do it. Of course, the slowest of all ways to do it is to actually trade out and keep track of the stats each day. Well, that's going to be slower than the second coming of Christ. You know, you're going to be older than Methuselah before you get that done. And I don't have that many more years to go. So there you go. There I am. What I have then done is the only thing that's feasible to me to get on with this episode is to come up with this back test. And this is what I've done now. Just to give you an idea, we can set up the back test and look back at 10 days. ES, 2 contracts, RTH session. We want these reports. Okay. Back test. Ready? Boop. It takes 2 seconds for the system to run through each one of these rules over each 1 minute bar, going back 10 trading days, RTH sessions. And here's the net profit, and there's the number of trades, and there's the number of longs, the shorts, average winner, loser, all that kind of stuff, capital used every day. Here's an important one for me. I know that the risk neutral, now this is trading my risk neutral 2-lot trade package, the same as I set up every morning on Bookmap and go through, you know, so tune in tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning and you can get up to speed on the whole enchilada. It is essentially a 2-lot package because you need to have, in order to have the risk neutral methodology, you need to trade even numbers of contracts in the package. The scale, and then you set a scale. You determine a stop loss in ticks that fits your account risk, criteria and whatever other criteria you have, the volatility of the day, the instrument you're trading. And by choosing the size of the package and the number of ticks or points for the stop of the package, that automatically dictates the first take profit target, or T1, which is for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and for half of the package. The moment T1 is achieved, you are risk neutral scale. The worst that can happen is a scratch. The best that can happen, of course, is to proceed on to T2, which in my case is 48 ticks. So that entire package, T1 and T2, yields $750. Doesn't do it in ticks, unfortunately, and I can't change that in IRT. And a full stop is $300. So that's 2.26 base roughly risk reward, or R value, and 52% profitability. Now this is a little bit skewed because if you notice, there are 9 winning trades and there's 2 losing trades. That's 11. There are 17 total trades. So that means that there are 6 scratches. 6 T1 and 6 stop, which is a scratch. So this probability or percent profitable over here is a little bit misleading, I think, because this is 9 divided by the total number of trades, which is 17, is 52. But really, if you want to really look at this accurately, in my opinion, what you have is 9 divided by 11. And that's an 81% probability that you're going to get, because these are a scratch. So, if you want, it's a pretty gray area, but this is more accurately calculated. But in reality, Winners to losers, it's 81%. Winners to total trades, including scratch, or which means 0. You had a T1 profit, and you took your risk neutral scale, and then you went for a stop. Then it's 52%. And if that's not enough for you, you can go through each. Come on. You can go down here, and you can track and go confirm on your chart each and every trade. Here's an IB failure short. We got T1, we got T2. That's a total of $750. We took that trade at September 25th at 10:56. We got our first scale at 10:57, and we got our second scale at 11:27. And you can do that for the entire package, as many days as you want to go back. You can confirm exactly everything. That's the way you really backtest. And then okay, over 17 trades, I had 3 stops, I had 6 scratches, and I had 9 full 2 target. And that's my problem. Then you can from that, you can calculate your expectancy and then Sharpe ratio and whatever else you want to do. Now, here's the real plus for this whole system. We're doing it this way. Let me put it that way. Let's go back 500 days. How long do you suppose that's going to take? It took 5 seconds to test 493 days of 1-minute bars. And again, you have the same metrics over here. And you have the same ability to track all the trades. And there's all of them here. Believe me. There they are. There's all 707 trades or whatever it says there on the first page. And you can back to November 8th, 2023. That's my birthday. Well, there you go. Happy birthday to me. Oh, boo, stop. Oh, here we go. I like this one a lot better. You can see every trade and the outcome of it, and then the value. Pretty cool, huh? That is backtesting, and that's how you know if you have an edge on a system that you've designed or not. Now, the next thing you can do, I've got a couple minutes, great. The next thing you can do is set up your backtest to go from, say, the beginning of the data set to the 31st of this, to the last day of 2024, and you run the backtest. And then you optimize that. And it will make what tweaks is necessary and suggest them. And you can optimize the strategy over that big back test. And then you can forward test it, because you can take the optimized strategy and forward test it over the most recent data, which would be 1st of January 2025 through today. It's actually quite a powerful system. And yeah, so there you go. That's how I'm doing the back test, and I'm doing them one at a time. And this is these are the rules. We have not to this point gotten a sequential trigger. We did here for the IB high failure. This is a sequential. There's the A, rule number 1. There's rule number 2, and here's the trigger. I speak about this at the moment, at the time, here on the stream. This was a discretionary call by me not to trade contrary to the context of the day so far. That's a pretty substantial context up, is it not? And I don't believe you should trade counter trend or counter context. So I discretionarily did not put this trade on, and I'm certainly not. I would have gotten a scale, and then it would be stopped out. And there is no place here where we've had an A, a B, and a trigger for the IB high continuation trade. So no trade taken. And what I was speaking about earlier when I made this, with the backtesting rules, one of the things that I most appreciate besides the speed, it is absolutely rule driven. There is absolutely no discretion involved. Period. So if I want to have a situation where, okay, I don't want to trade against context, then I need to think about how I would code that into the rules. And that's where I am there. And, I'm happy to share these definitions and stuff with anybody, or the chart defs, or the session prices, as I've said many times. I share these freely, starting at 1700 on Sunday night with a whole lot of people all over the place, TLab and Statistic and around. And what happens is that when I share this, you get a link to Google, and there's a CSV file, and you plop that link in your Cloud Node column or in this indicator or in your program of choice, however you can use it, or even just on an Excel sheet. And then these are pushed real time, 100%, from Sunday night at 1700 until Friday night at 1600. There you go. If you'd like to have benefit of this stuff or these rules or anything, then slap a like and subscribe and drop something in the chat or the comments, and I'll be happy to hook you up. And we have now crossed the Great Divide. We've rounded the final curve for the end of this trading session, this cash market. So let's start the recap. All right. I've got peanut butter on my mouse here. Oops. All right. So where are we today? And as of now? Well, here's the blue boy. There's our open. Here was the all-time high put in yesterday, ETH. All-time high yesterday put in the RTH. We have tied the ETH all-time high, taken that title back, but not by much. I'm a little surprised, actually, but the day is, we got time to move here. Running around the horn, if we start back at the news, first of all, this is my investing.com, which is my favorite news service for posting, the day or whatever into Discord or wherever else, because it's a nice, clean presentation here. Let's look at this. This is kind of important, I think. here we are today. Tomorrow, we've got Fed Chair Powell at 7:30. I assume that's a speech at a meeting or a conference rather than a news blurb. And then we've got our initial jobless and construction spending, blah, 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 blah. Here's the one that's really got me puzzled. They have rescheduled the non-farm payroll to this Friday at 7:30. Remember, it was supposed to be last Friday, but the children in D.C. are busy having a schoolyard spat about their politics having nothing to do with the country. God, I'm so tired of the juvenile delinquents in charge. The representative of those guys are just amazing, the Congress. Anyway, hourly wage earnings, non-farm. This was scheduled last week, of course. It was taken off investing.com on Wednesday when the strike started, or the shutdown started. Financial juice didn't follow until, I think, that Friday or that Thursday night. We do have the Michigan numbers, which are absolutely going to come out, and the private non-farms will come out. I'm just real curious whether we're actually going to have a non-farm payroll this Friday or not. This will be dependent on settling the whatever they call it, shutdown. The second news source, and this is free, by the way, and you can filter it however you want, and you can also watch earnings. And don't forget now, here we go, boys and girls, it's just one fun-filled week after the next. Next week, earnings season starts again. So let's take a look at that, actually. Let's see what happens next week, earnings. Well, the financials come out swinging on Tuesday. Wednesday, we've got some more financials here. Looks like next week's pretty much all financials. It's Lumberjay, if you're into oil. Yeah, earnings again. Jesus. Never quits, does it? So this is free anyway, and you can filter it to however time zone, whatever you want. This is the second source that I use, and more recently, and it's called Financial Juice. It's got a similar calendar or docket here as investing.com, but I don't like the presentation as well, especially for screen snapping or, putting in somewhere else. However, it does have a squawk box feel over here on the right column, and in fact, at 1450 today, we'll see the market on close imbalance numbers pop up right here. And I don't see, this is kind of scary, but I don't see any of the random risk crowd anywhere, which is much more scary to me. I think it presents a much higher risk. If you don't see anything scheduled by the Fed or the administration, by the administration or Trump or anybody else, that's scary in my opinion, because that is a completely unknown, unidentifiable critical risk. We all know that Trump in particular can come out and say something and have a real impact on the market, but there is nothing scheduled. So, I'm not saying anything one way or another politically. What I'm saying is, if we have some way of knowing and planning for something like non-farm payrolls, we know that the first Friday of every month, non-farm payroll is going to be released at 7:30 in the morning. You can plan on that. You can plan to be flat. You can plan whatever strategy you want. But if you don't know, if they just release non-farm payroll whenever the hell they felt like it throughout the week, imagine the devastation that could have on people's accounts and people's positions, etc. That's the problem. That is an unidentified risk. So that's why it's important. Okay, that's the end of that. And here we have IRT. This is the higher time frame. My micro composite, which is simply an RTH session, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. that generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines here. Those values push to bookmap. It also generates a micro composite VPOC and, all-time high and blah, 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 blah. This is yesterday and here's today. Now tonight, but when the session closes, I'll include that because it's overlapping. Bookmap also, IRT also pushes the session prices to bookmap. We talked about in the pre-market, we talked about some responsive selling to take profit after the overnight and then perhaps a balance or a rotational day. And it's just been almost the mirror image of yesterday the other way. Look at here. They're down, open, close, open, close so far. I would say that volume is up. I keep saying that and I keep being wrong. It's gone down from 84 to 79. I don't know why. Typically, we have about 1.3, 1.4 million in a session. So I guess my eyeball gauge is off. And this is the average 2 range for 5 minutes. In case in case it's not clear and obvious, this is the ES Mini, NASDAQ Mini, ES Mini, ES Mini. I also do plot and track, same configuration for the micros, ES, micro, and NASDAQ. And I share and plot and push these session prices for the micros also. And here we come around to bookmap. Remember that we'll have the market on close imbalance at 1450. Interesting to see what kind of reaction we get here, if we get any at all that's even noticeable. And I'm pretty pleased with the way the backtesting is using. I'm so disappointed about yesterday. I still can't get over it, but I've talked about that enough here, I think, in the stream. I don't need to probably do it again, but I will. So yesterday I missed the quintessential perfect setup, perfect application of these trading signals and my methodology, and I missed it because of my eyesight. And I went back to confirm on the stream from yesterday, last night, and sure as the damn world, I just straight up missed it, and I'll show you exactly what I did. Here's the A. This B, I've increased the size of these last night because this B they were small, and I mistook that for a trigger and not the B. So, and I even say on the stream, well, here's our A, but we don't have a B yet, so these triggers are not applicable. Jesus, huh? There's the first rule. There's the B. There's the trigger. That's a short. Yeah, that's hard to swallow. Strictly because of my eyes. And I'll also say something that I'm doing now is you see how I've increased the screen size? Because I had it like that. And there was a line here that B, it's stupidity on my part, even with my eyes, because I specifically, when I set these markers up, I thought about this in advance. Well, I need to differentiate between the rule letters and the triggers. So you'll notice that the triggers are right at the bottom of each bar. And the rule markers are 12 points or whatever you call them, off the bottom of the bar or the top of the bar so they stand out and are, stand out. Easy to see. Well, yeah, I tell you. Really disappointing. But hey, I mean, everything worked fine. The rules worked fine. I didn't screw up. I didn't do anything dumb or, overtrade. None. I didn't do any of those things. What I didn't do was I didn't see properly that this was a trigger, that this was the B rule. And because I identified the trigger, I said, look, we have all these triggers, but we don't have our B rule. Yeah. And then, as I pointed out, we have a B down here and we have a B up here, but we didn't come up for the trigger. Oh boy. Huh? The joy of trading, isn't it? The magic of trading. So 5 minutes for the market on close orders. Yeah, and the stream will be, I close the stream off at 1500 every evening or every afternoon. The stream goes live every morning, every trading morning at seeing something here that puzzled me. Every morning at 8 o'clock for a introduction and setup, look at the numbers and reports for the day, analysis or my analysis of the overnight trade and what I expect for the morning or the day, and then set up Bookmap, set up the risk neutral trading system. And then we have the open. And this stream is live and continuous until 1500 every day. The point of the story is that this is to ensure complete, unquestioned transparency and accountability. There's no trade taken off the stream. That's a commitment. And I go so far as that I include in the stream the entire monitor, not just the application. You'll notice any program that I have open is down here. There's the hours, minutes, and seconds, and there's the date. And they tie up to Bookmap and IRT. There can be no sleight of hands, misdirection, skullduggery, government antics. Nothing. And if you think about it, again, the definition of this stream is my virtual journal. I am not monetized in any way, so I really appreciate any likes and subs. I appreciate any kind of comments in the chat or the comments section. That's great because trading is a lonesome business, right? I stand here by myself around a minimum of 7 hours, usually around 12 hours a day. And so those things are nice. And I do that because it's my virtual journal. I don't multitask. I believe journaling is important. I don't multitask well. So this idea came about, and I capture everything on my screens in the video. My voiceover here gives insight as to what I was thinking, and so I don't need to be doing screen snapping and typing and all those kinds of things that are important for the journal. Just like yesterday, I wanted to know what the hell I was thinking or what I saw and why I didn't take that signal. I was very simply, you go back to yesterday's stream, go down to the timeline, the chapters, go to that chapter, and there it was in living color, Well, by the way, the stream is, I stream in 1440p, which is high def. So if it's not crystal clear and sharp on your end, go to the little gear icon there on YouTube and click high def. And there you go. I don't know what else to say. Now we're going to have our market on close orders in about 30 seconds here. See if we get some kind of a bump or any kind of noticeable thing. It used to be a big deal. We used to get a big reaction here. Not much of a reaction, huh? This little spoof right here. Now in a minute we'll get the market on close orders over here on. You can, I think I said this, but these are the free version of these services. You can pay whatever exorbitant amount of money they want to charge you for real time. It doesn't matter to me. I don't trade that way. I don't trade on the edge, you know, in a hurry, scurry, and blurry fashion. I stock a trade. I'm planning on the IB, on one of the two IB trades, which means to start with, I have absolutely nothing to do. No trade possibility until 9:30. And I anticipate when that's going to happen. I have my backtesting chart over there to anticipate when the next rules are going to fire. And then I can zoom in and, you know, watch the price action and do what's necessary. Now, here is the market on close imbalance. And we have a buy side 408 million for the S&P 500, buy side 504 million for the NAS 100. The Dow 30 is buy side 257 million, and the Mag 7 is buy side plus 298. There you have it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it now. Don't try to convince me otherwise. And of course, there's no trades would rear their ugly heads here on the on today's trade on the backtest idea. I hope I've been able to share something that's meaningful in conjunction with doing something meaningful for myself, which is, you know, I figured that I started trading in 1999. There we go. I'm going to jump up there and set that IB high, or that all-time high, with a little conviction now. In the closing swing trade, the closing minutes, there we go. I knew they'd get it up there a little more than an even tick. What I was getting ready to say was I started trading in 99 and had no freaking clue what I was doing, but went into it hook, line, and sinker, as I do everything. I moved from Africa back to America so that I would have affordable internet and reliable internet connections to trade. I mean, that's, you know, fairly substantial commitment. And then immediately lost my ass in 911. Had I been able to find some source like I provide here now, I would have it would have saved me a lot of money. It would have been fantastic, and I would have really appreciated it. At that time, which was the tail end of the dot-com bubble, it was just, you know, snake oil salesmen, bright flashing lights, and the cons. It was like, it reminds me of the crypto crap now. Just snake oil salesmen and con men right, left, and center. Bright lights, flashing this, ooh, make $1 million, and taking, you know, young, unsuspecting investors in hook, line, and sinker. That's my opinion of all crypto is the biggest Ponzi scheme that ever happened to the earth. It has no intrinsic value. It's not used for anything. The only way it increases in value is because people who come behind pay more for it. That is a Ponzi scheme. When the new investor's money pays the previous investor, that I think is a Ponzi scheme, and it has no other value. When it started out, it had this great, kumbaya thing. They were going to replace fiat currency, and they were going to do all of this and that and something else. And now all it's turned into is something else. And good luck if you're trading it. Now, Michael Sayre and that bunch, Jesus Christ, what a slippery dude that guy is. Now it's a crypto reserve or whatever, completely opposite. And we're going to be regulate. It's completely opposite of what it was supposed to be. Natoshi would be rolling in his grave if there ever was such a guy, I guess. And the likes of the Sam Beckman-Frieds and those guys. And that's, those are the kingpins, man. I don't think it's going to end well. So we got 4 minutes here till the world famous cash close. It actually closes. There's a curb trade that goes until about 15:15 or so. And remember, I'm in Central Standard Time, so adjust your thinking caps accordingly. Well, they got a couple of points on it. What did they get exactly? They got, well, not by much. They got about a point. That's pretty incredible. It isn't over yet, right? We're not at 1,500. We haven't had the closing swing trade, should there be one. So it could go up. Well, let's see where it might go. What have we got? We got liquidity every point here. About every 2 ticks, actually. I try to keep this price scale at 1 point, and I use Blue Boy out here to make sure I've got the entire session in range. That helps me stay in context a lot. A minute and a half. Here we go. 30 seconds. Hey there, little girl. Boom. No. 30 seconds and then boom. Oh, man. Now my other world starts. Get my daughter going, get her up for class, and take her down to college and stuff. Life, right? The rest of that stuff called life. Look at all the liquidity dumping in here. As we plow into the cash close, and there they go. No real closing swing trade at the moment. Watch this for a second and see where they go with it. So great. I'm glad you stopped by. Smack the thumbs up, smack the subscribe, drop something in the chat or the comments. Most importantly, hit that little bell if you care to, and or remember that at 8 o'clock every trading day, except non-farm payroll day. The reason I'm, there's more than one reason I'm focusing on whether they're going to have a non-farm payroll this Friday or not. That non-farm payroll day, I start the stream at 7:15 rather than 8, so that I capture the non-farm and see what kind of action we get, though I would not trade it because the non-farm payroll got nothing to do with the initial balance trades. Okay. So have yourself a great evening, and let me repeat again. The most important piece of equipment you have in your trading office, world, life is on your side of the monitor. It's your brain and your condition that does the trading. You interpret all this stuff. It's much more important than how many high res, a million K, whatever, monitors you have or whatever else. It's you. So you need to keep yourself healthy, take care of your eyes, focus on long distance, get outside, get a little UV and the soft light, exercise, stay properly hydrated, be aware of yourself. If you come into the office and you're on tilt because you had an argument with someone or you hung over and feel like crap or whatever it is, push the mouse away. You're not fit to trade. It's like the old, if you happen to fly a plane, you're familiar with 8-hour throttle to throttle, right? There was a reason for that. All right, so I'm going to take my own advice. I went for my 3-mile jaunt at my lunch, and I'll do some pull-ups and stuff now and rest my eyes and then get on about the rest of the life. Have a great evening, and I look forward to talking to you again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for this stream. Start the pre-market and all those things. Have a good one.